You hear it? Can you hear that? Sounding like it's possessed by demons. Oh, but he's really.
Yeah, I think the army would call that a sharp violation. Oh man.
No. That's not the video. That's not the one she was playing. I just picked the video so you could see. Oh, I can turn you off now. So you could hear what it was doing. That's not the one. Yeah, that it's doing that no matter what video you play. Right. Now, you want me to, I don't know. You want me to go see if I can play one from the podium? Oh God. Okay, I'll go play one from the podium to see.
Hey, look at that. That's mic's rolling. Hey, all right. Meet George. Was that Meet George Jetson that I heard?
Sorry. Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you.
I was watching the clock. Y'all better not start before 6:30.
You don't sit down.
Is there
Want to sit down
a girls basketball game tonight?
to almost another work week done. 1 week
Are you guys
closer to
gonna stay for the
retirement.
entire
We
meeting?
got another thing tomorrow night.
Are you staying for the entire meeting? Please do.
Stay till 11.
Yeah, stay to the end. Because there's something I really want people to know, a grant opportunity that we have, so it'd be really helpful. Thank
The
you.
mics are live.
Okay, time is 6:30. Time is 6:31. Like to call the meeting to order.
Mayor Gore,
Here,
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph. Here. Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
okay, I'd like to welcome visitors that we have joining us. And Madam Clerk, I had asked for you to switch it to that monitor so I can test the video. But do you mind switching it back so I can
Switch it that way.
switch it back over here so you can scroll the agenda up? You had moved it for me.
The agenda's up.
No, I can't see the rest of it.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. Okay, just FYI, the IT director is coming because I'm having issues playing the video, so if you see someone come to the podium, ignore it. She's gonna be trying to figure out how to make it work for us. So this meeting was a reschedule from the crime meeting that we had scheduled last week after the press conference that we had. 6 out of 7 counselors were able to join us at that press conference. Counselor Pelham had requested a crime meeting at 5:30 after the press conference. Unfortunately, we were unable to obtain a quorum. Since then, Counselor Parton has rescheduled the meeting for this afternoon. And so we'll begin with the special meeting. SB 1 is to set a date for the crime summit, and this was an item that was on the previous meeting agenda. I'll pass it to the city manager.
So, we've talked about some dates, and leading into Friday, I had spoken with Mrs. Pelham regarding a date and a time frame in which she was thinking about it, and she was talking about after the first of the year. So, I would just suggest we look at in January, we've got the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, 29th as Wednesdays available that month if we wanted to stay away from Tuesdays. Any date I think would work. I've reached out to schools to check to see if availability of Woodson, if we wanted to do it there. If not, we could pick another location. Certainly we could, the gym at the community center would be large enough to handle the crowd if we needed it. So really it's just a matter of us settling on a date, and we can certainly find a location to do it and make it happen.
Thank you. And you said the Carnegie Woodson and the other schools will most likely be available for those
I think it
days?
would be available one of those Wednesdays. But if you want to pick a certain date now, and then we can announce the location shortly, we can confirm that.
Okay, well, since we have 2 council members not present this afternoon, you gave us 4 dates to look at: January 8th, 15th, 22nd, and the 29th for the community crime meeting.
Yep. Just
We'll send an email out to inquire about who is available to set the date. And when you talk to Council Pelham, it's her belief to still try to do something kind of like what we did with the town halls and have a portion of the meeting interactive for residents.
8th, 15th,
22nd and 29th.
29th.
Yeah,
Thank
just the
you.
Wednesdays. Yeah, I think what we kind of talked about was having something that would be an opportunity for, we can present some information to the community, but then also have an opportunity for the community to interact and provide it, interact with us, and maybe have kind of like the town halls where you have stations set up, and maybe where we facilitate some of that discussion with the community. And whether we want to see if we can have a facilitator come in or facilitate it ourselves is something we can work on. But, you know, I think having some sort of facilitated discussion would be good
Okay,
to allow the community to provide input.
okay. Since this item doesn't require any other action, would council have any other comments? Because we really don't have a motion on the floor right now.
I mean, I asked when, found out, Ms. Harrington said that, Vice Mayor Bennett wasn't gonna be here. I asked her if there were any dates that weren't gonna work for her. And she's gonna be out on vacation for the week of the 20th, so you can scratch the 22nd.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I already know right off the bat, I've got a National Guard commitment on January 8th.
Okay, so
Okay.
now we're just down to January 15th and January 29th.
Okay.
Okay,
That,
okay. There's no other discussion. We'll move on to SB2, discussion of crime statistics and criminal activity. Ms. City Manager?
you have some information at your seat, and we emailed you out today, and I would invite the chief up to kind of talk through the data that has been provided with regard to the crime summary that you have, which dates back to 2010. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, these are Part 1 crimes, if I'm using the correct terminology.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
part 1, offenses.
And then we have some maps that show crime for this calendar year behind that. So I'll let the chief walk through that information for you all. If you have any questions, please feel free to.
I think the map that we have is actually mapping out all of our verified shots fired call, whether they resulted into anything else or not. Because one of the things that I believe, Mayor, you were the one that had pushed a proposal up there for us to be able to capture that data in a cohesive manner. So obviously we took care of that because it was important data for us. Because at times you have information that there's a shooting occurred, you see rounds, but you don't see any other offense because nobody is saying anything, and we needed to be able to have a way to capture that data. We were capturing it in another manner, but what you see is 74 verified shots that have fired incidents that have occurred since the beginning of this year. And so those are mapped out in different manner. Individually, I believe, individually, and then, by types of crime, so, homicide, aggravated assault, vandalism, weapon law offenses, just shots fired. And then the other one is just the heat map. It just tells you, obviously, the redder it is, that's where you have the highest frequency of those kind of calls. When it's green, that means it's less frequent, and if there's nothing there, and there are parts of the city where you don't have any of that occurring. As you see, there are a couple of red spots or orange spots in different parts of the city that are not necessarily surprising to us, because it follows the same pattern that we have seen over a lot of years. And the Part 1 offenses is the manager is right. That just shows you just from 2010 to now. You do see a reduction on most stuff, but one of the things that's troubling is the number of homicides that we've had. In 2017 we had 1, but 2016 was 6, and so far 5 this year.
Can you clarify if this is, do we report these to the federal based on calendar year or fiscal year?
Calendar year.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'll begin by saying thank you for breaking this out.
Yes.
Yes, I know it was time consuming, but I really wanted to see the crimes, the shootings, not all crime, but just shootings on a map. Because last year we had a spike in shootings before you got here, and the community was kind of the same way they are now regarding what's going on, what can we do. And there is an opportunity I'm going to speak about later, seeds of opportunity, and it uses data to determine which neighborhoods need assistance beyond just crime, but overall socioeconomic factors. And getting the shooting data and other crime statistics mapped out will help us with adding it to the other data that we're gonna do in this project. So this is really great to see that you guys did this.
Obviously, and I want to thank Ms. Jessica Kraft that does a lot of her maps and all that. What will not be surprising to you, because you've seen that, or to me, is that the crime data will probably be reflective of what you see. And if you were to look at social disorder issues that maybe code enforcement sees, it will be reflective just like that. And if you were to look at the socioeconomic factors, you will see the exact same thing. So there's a lot of correlation. There's just not one thing that it takes to address disorder issues. It's just not about what we do as law enforcement, but it's what we do as a city to affect people, because a lot of those issues have a direct impact on not necessarily who commits the crime, but where criminals go and take hold because they see potential disorder issues. So they're like, well, okay, I'm gonna go in this neighborhood because nobody's gonna call, or people are so busy trying to make ends meet. They're not going to PTA meetings, so all of that is related.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph had her light on.
Chief, I have to agree with you. I've been working with Neighborhood Watch and the police, and these numbers in these areas aren't any different than they were 15 years ago. So what are you all, knowing that these are the areas of concentration, what are you all doing that you can talk about that tells us that the first part of what we're trying to do, which is lower crime in this area, is going to have the potential of being lowered? Certainly we can ask other departments to concentrate here as well, but if these are the known areas, what are we doing to try and prevent that?
So we do rely on data, and that's a tradition for this department that started long before I got here, and it was Chief Cohen that started that, and I grew up on that. So we look at our information, and we meet on a weekly basis, every Monday, twice actually, at 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock, and we discuss that, and we make sure that our resources are focused on those areas. And so when we, in February of last year, we created we took our street crime unit and actually give them dual responsibilities to focus on those areas, and then also do some community engagement, created a city department task force, for lack of a better word, that where our personnel could deal with, talk to each other directly without coming to the director level and getting permission from each other to say, hey, can you go and take care of these abandoned cars, for example, on private property? So we're already focusing on that, and we continue to do that. Obviously, anytime there's a spike, when we get and when I authorize overtime to increase our presence, we focus in those on those locations. And the telltale sign is that quite a few of those shots fired call is because the officers were in the area and they heard the shots fired, and they respond because they're already in the area. So they're focusing their attention in those areas specifically, and that's when they have the time. If they don't have the time, they're on a call, but when they have time available, that's where they focus on.
And do you find that, I know that in a couple of the areas that I recognize, there are organized neighborhood watches in those areas. Can we do anything to promote additional neighborhood watches in some of these areas?
Yeah, that's obviously we can do that, and we do work very closely with neighborhood watches. We give them information on a monthly basis. They get information for their community. The more the merrier. I think we have talked offline with all of you at one time that, and I think Chief Early from Prince George County actually had we were talking about it today, that he has 280 square miles, and the reason that he can police somewhat effectively is because of the community. It's really what we stand for and we don't stand for. So the more involvement that you have from a citizen perspective, the better the community is going to be, because the individuals that do go against the social norm and do things that are just not right, never been nobody says this is sell drugs or shoot at people. They'll look for places where nobody calls. And when you start calling on them, they're like, well, why would I want to be here? Because you're never going to have enough of me. Even if you give me 100 more cops, which I'm not asking for, I'm still not going to have enough police officers for every corner. But there is somebody that lives in every corner. So yeah, I would say that I don't think that's a concern for us, that we would encourage more and more citizen participation.
Thank you very much. There are no other lights right now. We're gonna thank you very much for the presentation. We're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda. I think you might be still up.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, community policing and community engagement.
Okay.
Correct?
Did you already do this?
Unless you don't have anything else to add to this, because you pretty much touched
No,
on.
I'm not sure what the protocol is, are you looking for me to give you a basic one-on-one what community policing is and what it's not? And, I can do that, I have notes, I've been doing that in my 29th year.
That
so-
would be great.
Yeah, let's
Alright.
go
That'd be
through
good, that'd be
and,
good.
and we talked about community policing, and,
Counselor Pelham has been asking about community
Right.
policing in particular.
So one thing I'm gonna tell you that there is no panaceas in law enforcement that's gonna solve everything. So, don't view community policing as some kind of panacea that I'm gonna do something and then all of a sudden everything will be rosy. It just doesn't work that way, because as I indicated before here, and as I've spoken to you either through email or in person, it does take a very macro approach to address things. Those are some of the social factors that are affecting our city. But the philosophical approach for community policing really is to make sure that the officers that we're assigning work in the same area on a routine basis, on a regular basis. And what it's supposed to meant to do is if you are in the same, it's called people call it geographic policing. So the other thing is, I'm going a little back and forth, community policing is not a unit, right? It is a thought that has to be practiced throughout the department. That means you need to have enough patrol officers based on the study that I had given to City Manager Altman, where people have time on their hands after they respond to call for service to be able to respond to those and actually proactively work on those. And you need to have a specialized unit to be able to do that also. But it's a thought, it's a process where the same officers work in the same area, so they create a bond with the community that they serve. And it is about preventing crime before it happens. It is about focusing on creating a safe social environment as much as we can from a law enforcement perspective. It is about determining, with the help of residents, that is what ails their community and how to address that with their assistance and other resources, not just law enforcement. And it's about encouraging our residents to be partners with law enforcement. The benefits obviously have residents a more favorable view because it's the same person they're seeing. It's going to probably be two different people because we have two different shifts. The philosophical approach is that it's going to create trust because we're working together to address the issues. We're not telling the community, hey, this is what you should be working on. It's a partnership. Now, if it's something really dangerous like shootings and all that, if they don't identify that, we're going to identify it for them, saying, yes, your loved ones are the ones who are going to be getting hurt. So we do have to address that. It is trying to get more accurate information about the criminal activity that occurs in that neighborhood, because there's no one better that knows the neighborhood than the people who live in the neighborhood. Not the officer that works 12-hour shift and then he or she's not even there during that time period. And it just has you create a better expectation and understanding of the community at large. So that's what the thought is on the community policing. But my patrol officer, we have to have the staffing to be able for the patrol officer to do the same thing that my specialized unit that we are creating with the two people that we have found in our current environment, to be able to go and create a unit that's going to be not call for service driven, will be driven by problem-oriented approach, which is a subset of community policing, people call SARA model, but it's looking at identifying a problem, recurring trend, and trying to address that recurring trend to make sure it doesn't occur again. Whether it's narcotics trade, whether it's loud music, whatever that might be, you name it, it could be anything, but it is working using data to say, this is what occurs here, so I gotta address it. And if it's sometimes, it could be addiction issues for a particular community. Well, I don't have any expertise, so I gotta bring people who are out, who have expertise to say, how do we get them out of that cycle? So again, it's meant to be a very, very holistic approach, and usually we lead it as law enforcement, but we have to have other partners in that effort, and we do. So hopefully that provides overview.
We're gonna go back to the other item. I forgot about your update about your advisory committee, but before we do that, Counselor Denton has her light on.
Is there someone at the police station that is in charge of if a group is interested in starting a neighborhood watch? Is there a point of contact there?
Right now is Sergeant Richardson.
Sergeant
Richardson,
Richardson?
right? Once we're doing a process right now for the 4 officers that are put in for 2 positions. So once we identify who those 2 officers will be, and they will be, then it will go to one of those 2 officers. But for now, until further notice, is Sergeant Shay Richardson is the one who handles that for us.
We have a pretty good one in Farmingdale, but
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to see them spread around a little bit more in Ward 5, so.
Counselor Parton?
We're talking about community policing. Can you give some ideas of some of the best practices and ways that you've thought have been effective within community policing that help build trust and confidence with law enforcement officers? I mean, I have some folks in my ward that they report things to me, and I just report them forward, but they don't feel comfortable going to police officers, and I'm trying to help bridge that gap a little bit. Can you give some examples of ways that maybe officers or citizens can maybe better work together, or build that level of trust back?
Yeah, that, I think a lot of it is staffing needs, but we are finding we have gonna do some restructuring so we can have a full-time unit that's working evening hours where most of the issues are. And when you see the same person again and again, whether it's patrol, whether it's the same individual that is part of a specialized unit that is focusing on problem-oriented policing, I think that just garners more and more trust, because when you know someone, you're more apt, this human nature, once you get to know somebody, it is not them, it's not they, it's he, it's she. That's what the essence is. So in my experience in growing up was I was a member of a community-based problem-oriented policing unit, which was in one neighborhood that had a lot of issues. So my old department created 5 different units of about 5 to 6 officers. That's my patrol unit, to be honest, in here, but that's what we did because we had some issues and we saw the same person again and again and again, and that started garnering some trust. And making sure when somebody says, keep my name out of it, that we do, unless it's, something like a homicide where we just can't. But if it's narcotics, and we do that right now, because even the couple of things we did today were based on anonymous information, and then we develop further information from that to kind of further the investigation. So I think it's seeing the same individual in your neighborhood as much as possible.
Okay.
And on our end, is just make sure that our officers understand that, we need each other. You're not going to ride around in a car and be able to resolve everybody's issues. We are here to serve our people, right? We do it through law enforcement, but services are our profession. The only way to do that is to be able to get to know the community itself. But yeah, I think geographic policing, where the same individual is in the same beat area, which we really don't have here, we're going to work on that, and identifying individuals to go and be community engagement, problem-oriented policing officers who are not worried about what happens here. What has happened here is that you're dealing with someone and there's a call comes up, urgent call, shots fired, burglary in progress. Well, you got to leave that person. You got to go take care of the call. So whatever report you had, you just broke that. So that's why you want to have a unit that actually they're not slave to the radio. They just deal with the issue, and patrol handles that part of it. So that's what we're working on.
Okay.
There are no other lights. Does anyone else have the comment? Okay, there are no lights. Can you please go back and address to provide your update on the Chief of Police Citizen Advisory Committee, please?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
sorry, I'm so sorry. Councilor Brown did hit her light. I forgot.
Okay. Councilor Randall.
She did.
Chief, I understand we're not there with community policing, but I think we've all bought into that concept for many years. And I think you'll find, I believe most on council do buy into that as a way that we want to see Hopewell go. What do you see as your timeline tentatively for going full out in community policing and getting it here in Hopewell?
So I'll go back, I don't mean to say that we're not there in community policing. We have been involved in community policing, it's just a matter of the model that we use. So those community civic leaders, community officers that you see assigned to your civic associations, that is community policing. I think that more needs to be done. So my timeline for that unit that I'm talking about is probably sometime in January of this year.
January? Because I know that, yes, we have a CPO,
CPO, that,
but he does not work usually in our area, except for on the targeted things that our neighborhood watch does.
correct, and I think that's for me, that was a good start as we undertook this approach. But I think in my opinion, the better approach is actually having a unit that focuses on problem-oriented policing, addressing recurring trend, and the concept is the community engagement, community policing concept, because that's really a thought, that's really not a model, so to speak.
Right.
We're looking at, because our 7 people in field training should be coming out in December, so we believe in mid-January we should have the 2 officers identified and start working with our community.
Okay, do you anticipate that starting in the higher issue areas first, if you can, or or how are you starting that program? Is it gonna?
Yeah, we'll focus on where we already know we have our data tells us. Other ways to do that is when we do get, I have probably a 2-page long list of things that come up, either to me directly or to the city manager, that we then assign somebody to look into. So that will be one of their focus also, as when things come up, they will get assigned. I usually give staff 30 days to respond back to me saying what exactly is the issue and how do we address it. So that will continue. So they might be focused on where our data tells us, but if something comes up that is short-term in nature, that we need to go urgently, we will divert them for however long we need to. Usually we don't want to take them away for weeks at a time from the area that are in most needs, but the focus definitely will be where our high crimes and with the map that shows you, that will definitely be the focus, and it will be then complaint driven.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Barton?
Yeah, I just got one more quick question, and I might be stealing Ms. Pelham's thunder a little bit, but she had thought of the idea of possible ward community police officers. What are your thoughts about that idea?
That was a proposal that I submitted to city manager in February of last year. That requires a lot more staffing than I have right now. The plan that I submitted to city manager in February when I first got here was that based on the needs, that we would have a officer assigned to each ward as a community policing officer. So that's your contact, and a sergeant that runs that unit. And they will work as a team, so they will go wherever the issues are. But so or each citizen know, hey, this is Officer A, and that's Ward 1 representative. But that's additional FTEs, which at this point, unless you add to the staffing, not going to be possible to do.
What is an FTE?
I'm sorry,
Full-time.
full-time
Full-time employee, okay.
employee, sorry. That's actually the first thing that I think city manager and I discussed. So I put a pen to paper and told them that this is what we're looking for, and it's a budgetary issue. I also told them that we probably need based on data, I also need to have 6 patrol officers, because I need them to be just as proactive in addressing community needs than just the 7 ward officers. So I'm there with Ms. Pelham as far as the concept is concerned. It's just a matter of can we afford it?
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Pelham?
But what happened to the ones we had? How did you mesh them into the current police force? We used to have CPOs in our,
We still have
at
CPOs.
least, huh?
We still have CPOs, man, but they're patrol officers, so when a call for service comes up, that takes priority. That's where they go. If a shots fires come up, if you call 911 and say you need help, that's where they go. If they have time, when they have time, they will go to their area. And that was the model, that's.
I know,
was the
but so
process.
they are in the wards, the community policing concept is still in the wards, you're saying, but when they have emergencies, they move out.
Not emergencies, any kind of call. I mean,
Any
if
kind.
there, any kind of call, if somebody calls saying that I have a late larceny, if he or she is the only one available, then he or she goes and takes that call. It's not really ward, it's really civic associations, neighborhoods. They're not by ward, they're by different, they're assigned to different
By the
neighborhoods.
unit 302 or whatever.
Yeah, they're assigned neighborhoods, so like
Neighborhood
Farmingdale.
Neighborhood watches.
Yeah, watches.
Well, I know neighborhood watches, but
That's what he's
the,
talking
We never had anything that I'm aware of that's was assigned to a ward. We had neighborhood watches, and a CPO is assigned to neighborhood watches, and that's what we
Right.
still have.
and it's some number y'all use to designate within each throughout the city. It might not match the ward concept.
That's when Ms. Crack looks at that information to say what geographic area that is, because that's how data is compiled. So in each ward, you know, how we do data collection is not necessarily broken down just by ward. It's broken down by these smaller areas within ward that are described by like those 4-digit numbers. So we can, you know, so it might be a block area, and sometimes those areas sometimes go over different wards, because that's just makes the best sense from a record keeping and a record collection perspective. So those numbers are not really used by officers. That's really a data analytic tool that my analyst uses, saying, well, this has occurred in this area, represented by these 4 numbers. That's all of that is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other lights? Okay, I don't see any other lights. And thank you. Can you please go back to the update about the police chief citizen advisory committee?
Sure. This is a concept that I took on from a department that I grew up in. They had a chief advisory committee. When I went to Durango, Colorado, created that one over there. The whole purpose of chief advisory committee, and we just created one here in October. We just had our second meeting. We could not meet in November because I was sick, and I didn't want to give the bug that I had to everybody else, so I had to cancel it. And the purpose of that is to provide me and the department a perspective from different parts of the community to make sure that we're serving them the way that we should be serving them. It provides also the different communities access to the chief of police that at times people think they might not have. As I think I've talked to some of you, it's not meant to be connected to the council. It's meant to be, you know, apolitical, right? Because this is an inherently political process. But that doesn't, you know, what I do from that perspective, hopefully you guys understand, doesn't prohibit you as the policymakers from doing things to address, you know, the bigger needs. But that, we just met for the second time. We came up with some rules and regulations for ourselves. Well, actually, the committee did. They haven't been adopted yet. One of the charges that they have now is to select 3 or 4 different projects that can show immediate success. A lot of them are community event type projects. There was one suggestion which I told them to come down here because there was one group wanted to do a employment thing for folks. So I'm like, well, I know that's a council initiative as to how to bring trade aspects to the community that doesn't require college. So we didn't really want to tackle that because I know you guys have talked about that here, working with the industry next door. But you know, there's things like maybe doing something with one of the churches by Piper Square where we're interacting on a barbecue. So we'll see what they come up with. It's the way we're running that committee is really making the committee decide some of the things that they need to do and educating us how we can continue to bridge that gap of the trust that I don't care what community you are in, when you wear a uniform and look like the way I do with carrying guns and all the equipment, there's always going to be that tension. And of course, our roles at times are confrontational because we put the handcuffs on people because when they violate crime. So it's not like firefighter where they don't take any action because we sometimes write tickets. So that's what they're going to be working on now to bring back to the January meeting as to what they want to tackle that will further continue to do the work of others and bridge the gap that we do have and always have in law enforcement with the community to make sure they understand that we are here to serve that community. So that's the purpose of that. And it gives me a really good perspective. It has people from all walks of life, business people, residents, nonprofits, churches. It's a good mix of people from all walks of life, all socioeconomic status, different demographics. I think it's about 15, 16 people. So I have high hopes for it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
There are no lights right now, so I'll use this time. I talked to you offline about this, as I alluded to earlier on with the request with the breaking up the crime data to pull out shootings at the same time last year, around this time in October exactly. I had put on the agenda for council to create some type of shooting community task force to address shootings in their neighborhoods and to give information back to council to figure out what we could do. And also because people in the community were saying, we want to be involved, we want to have a seat at the table. You were not the chief then, you weren't even hired or interviewed at that time. It was tabled because other issues came up with the previous council. If you recall, there was this whole big deal about the sale of the Evergreen building that kind of took over the last end of the year for us. So I put it back on the agenda in February, and every single agenda since then. Around May, I went back and looked at the past agenda packets. Around May, council tabled it and put it on the pending list because they wanted to have a recommendation from you in regards to how we could approach this. Also around that time, we did our reorganizational meeting. Council used to have a neighborhood watch appointed board, and council appointed citizens to it. And the thought process was, well, we can create this other group, or we can use neighborhood watch group, but we could have a way that council directly interacts with citizens and find out how we can coordinate with the police department or other professionals to figure out how we can get this feedback for policy making. Since then, it was on the pending list, and it moved to the priority list of council in September. And it's kind of been there because a lot of council members kind of wanted to see what was going on with this advisory board and then also the opinion. But I think it's clear that kind of what you said to begin with, this is for you and the police department. It's not meant to be political and it's supposed to be separate from us. So my question would be, this is still on the list to be considered a topic of conversation, and I would like to have council make a decision based off of your feedback or anybody else's if we should reinstate this group for the council appointed board. I know that this is not a long-term plan to address shootings in the community. I will talk about some ideas for that later, but do you feel like we could or should have something with citizens talking to us in regards to what they want in the community policy, or should we just rely on the communication from your department to us? But I don't know. I'm not sure how that's going to tie into that.
That's a loaded question, a very long question. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try my best to address that. You know, for any kind of policy making thing that I've been taught all my life is, what is the question? What is the problem? What are you trying to solve, right? Before you do the solution. To me, the shooting task force sounds like a solution. What are you trying to solve? Because again, the shootings that we have, it's a symptom of a much larger problem. And it's a problem that for some of you that have been part of this wonderful community for much longer than I have been, you can understand that part, right? So the question really is, and it's a political question that I think you should discuss among themselves. I'm gonna give you my perspective from the people that I see. Yeah, it's a concern, but you know, the bigger concern that a lot of them have shared with me, and not just from police advisory committee perspective, but just me, you know, being a Food Lion or being a Wawa or just going other places, is this feeling that there are no opportunities to move forward, that there is no skill set, you know, that we continue to be on the lower socioeconomic spectrum in Virginia. Those things have an effect. And if those are not addressed for a long-term perspective, then you might be able to get some traction in the short term, but 2 years from now, you're going to be here for the same place. So, my thing, as I think we discussed, my first question for anybody is, what is your vision for Hopewell?
Yep.
What's, I think we communicated to you as a collective body who are the leaders of this community. What do you envision Hopewell to be in 2040? Because whatever you do, if you're looking for resolution a year from now, you're gonna lose that battle every single time. So you might not see the fruits of your labor. Just like Chief Cohen did not see the fruits of his labor for the PD, because I know he was working with you guys, but you still kept working on it. You're part of this community, so I'm assuming that you're not going anywhere. So you're gonna see the fruits of labor, but maybe not the position that you're in at this point, unless you choose to be on the council for a long time. So I'm not saying that that's a bad idea, but that still sounds, to me, again, the way my mind works is, don't look for solutions, look for problems. I was told a famous saying that Einstein once said, that he was asked if he has 60 minutes to solve the world's problem, what would you do? He said he will spend 59 and a half minutes asking what the problem was and then come up with the solutions. Because if you do that, you can replicate success. I think you guys, in the first thing that you guys talked about was opening this forum to the citizens. Let them come up on the days that you select and say, what ails you, right? Citizens are honest here. I mean, they're not going to be shy. If you can bring them to the table, that's the biggest challenge that you're going to have. Bring them to the table, they're going to tell you. And based on that, and I think if you address some of the socioeconomic factors, whether it's poverty, whether it's education, man, this other stuff goes away. But if you work on the shooting part of it, so that's why I think my role is one part of it, of a bigger picture that you guys come up with. We'll obviously provide you with a professional staff that's, again, from my perspective, rightly staffed, have the right people, and do our job with fairness and without bias. That's my role. I'm not the panacea, and I'm never going to be the panacea. And any healthy community that you see in the United States, and where I came from, we were this part, small part. And I'm not shy to say that. It was you decided what they wanted to be. What is the advantage that this city has that you can take advantage of, and how do you minimize whatever the inherent weakness we have?
Your answer is perfect. This is what I was looking for. It was exactly what I was looking for. You touched on a lot of different things. Hopefully we'll get to it with the next part, but you mentioned what are the opportunities people have in Hopewell. People talk to you about frustrations there. You mentioned about us being a healthy city. What does that look like? And then also, you said the strategic plan, we want to be in 2040. Well, the strategic plan has been on the agenda. We talked about it briefly at our last meeting. There's an aspect in it of public safety. People shared their feedback when we had our town halls regarding public safety. We have that as a starting point, but definitely when we have these other crime meetings to ask those other questions, and that feeds into this other initiative. But you're exactly right. This is just one aspect of it, and you're just one department of a bigger picture. And it's council's responsibility to determine what's going to happen. in the
You're the
city.
elected leaders. It is your responsibility, and I will tell you that I've read some of the strategic plan. I know I have to play a part in it, and I'm actually developing a strategic plan as part of the police department. And again, it's very, very macro in nature. But we spent when we got together, we spent actually the whole day talking about what is our vision and what is our mission before we even got to the strategic plan. So I think the plan is really good. It seems to be a little bit operational. So I think at your level, you're talking about much higher level. The plan that I've read, it's I think appropriate for the city manager and me. It's not that it's not appropriate, but I'm not sure that it looks further back, because it gets into very details that I personally, the way I worked on these things for last 15 years, even as a police sergeant first and lieutenant captain and as a chief, when the plan that we're going to write that we wrote in Durango, what Arlington didn't get into we're going to do social media. It just talked about we need to increase our digital media presence. It didn't talk about what we're going to do with the youth. It talked about the fact that we need to bridge the gap between us and the youth, because you want to make sure that you provide intervention on an education perspective much earlier, and not when they become 15, 16, and they might be entrenched in their way.
Right.
So even our plan and what we're going to produce here is still not going to have the details that at times I saw in the plan that I read very briefly, not fully. So I think I think it's a great start, and I agree with you. It needs to have that. But I think you guys need to be at 100,000 foot level from our perspective.
Yeah.
I am at a 50,000 foot level. Once we get that, and my staff is the one that's developing it, I'm just going to provide guidance, and that's what we did in Durango and Arlington. In Arlington, 4 chiefs came and went, and the plan never changed because they're focused on. So I don't disagree with you. I would, and as a resident of this community now, as a homeowner, I'll tell you that, look further back. If you are able to address those things, man, we'll be rocking and rolling. But I think it's going to take us a little bit of time because based on where we are currently,
Yeah.
we'll still do what we need to do to address the short-term needs because that's my job and other directors' jobs. But I think you guys are on the right track in that sense. I appreciate that.
Any other comments regarding the Police Advisory Committee?
If you,
All right, thank you.
City manager wants to say
Next item.
I'm just gonna say, I made this comment yesterday at the early learning session that we had. The issues that we have, and those of us all of us that have lived here for a number of years, they weren't created overnight. And I can say dating back to my time here before, a lot of the issues that we deal with today, we were dealing with and talking about in 2000 to 2013. So it'll take a concerted effort of everybody involved, because at the end of the day, while my perspective may be a little bit different than others, mine really is driven by the fact that I'm a parent and I want this community to be the place that my kids can come back and raise their families in. So what is it that we need to do to make Hopewell a place that has opportunity to begin to address those underlying issues? Because right now, I agree completely with the chief, and I will say his comment about shootings being a symptom, he made that comment, and that was the comment that struck with me when we interviewed him. Because I specifically put a question on the interview panel because it was in October, and we were going through all the shootings, and I asked, what would you do? And his comment was, it's a symptom. There's other things going on that create that. And I think that holistic approach that he talked about then in the interview process that we've tried to start with our staff, with trying to get connections at the sub-departmental head level just to solve problems and give our subordinates the freedom and the ability to make a decision and address an issue is where it needs to start, but it becomes a bigger issue. How are we going to look at education, workforce development, those things that all tie together that hopefully create opportunities in this community for people that don't have to go to the street? And one of the best analogies that I've ever heard, and I didn't understand it when she gave it to me, about those levels was from Counselor Pelham. And I remember talking to her on the phone, and she just said, there's 3 kind of drug dealers.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, I'm not sure where this is going, but she said, and I'll give her complete credit for it. And the more I thought about it, it makes a lot of sense.
D'Archie Lewis
Right.
taught me.
The one in the street, the one in the yard, and the one on the porch.
He's
No,
actually said
one
that
inside
today.
the door,
Inside the door.
one on the porch,
Yeah,
and the one in the yard.
And
The one in the yard, you probably can't do a lot of changing. He has to get tired before he makes a change, because you can't talk him out, you can't educate him out. The one in the yard is a potential to crawl back into the doorway to be savable. And definitely the one that's in the door is savable. That's the one you want to catch
Yeah.
and work on the one in the yard, but everybody else have to get tired of going back and forth to jail. Once they get tired, you make a change.
So the one inside the door, the more we can do with these other things in the community to provide that person what we
Prevention.
need, the better long-term success we're gonna have as a community.
Yes,
And that provides us the beginnings of really a vision and a direction of, hey, this is who we're looking out for. I mean, so I make no bones about it, and I know y'all have all heard me say it, we're stewards of the community. And as a steward of the community, we have a responsibility to that next generation to make it better for them, and if we don't, we fail them in our obligation to them. So, let's focus, in my mind, we make decisions based on them, not me. I'm not the future. I may not even be the present. I might be heading towards the past. But my kids are certainly the future. And as a parent, I'm willing to do what's necessary to give them a better future and a better place to live than maybe I had. So that's my obligation. So I think some of the things that he said, and I particularly appreciate Mrs. Pelham's comment to me that day on the phone, really did enlighten and give me a little light bulb. It was like, that makes a lot of sense. So that's all I had.
Well, thank you. As Counselor, you got
66 years.
Counselor Pelham has her light on first, and then Counselor Randolph.
Oh, are there numbers that go to these shooting crimes? I was late, I apologize, I was coming from work. But do you have numbers? I see the dots on the map.
Yes, 74 verified shots fired this year.
I know, but is there any numbers that go with, do
These
I
are
have to?
just all shooting data,
It's all
shots
shootings, yeah.
fired.
I know, but there's no numbers to match the dots. Do I have to go back and physically count every dot, or can you provide us numbers to match?
Well, I just said that represents 74 shots fired
Okay, so, I missed that part.
so far.
Okay. All right, and this one has different numbers too.
That's related to, one of the document is just the dots. One is what other crime
What's
was
happening when
attributed to
that's-
it.
Okay.
And the other one is just a heat map as to the redder it is, the more intense, meaning more frequency of shots fired in those neighborhoods. The greener it is, you have some, but it's not, and if there's nothing there, that means we haven't had any reports of
Wow.
any crime. And as we indicated before you came in, that if you look at our crime data, it will be very similar to that. If you look at our disorder data, meaning what code enforcement does, probably going to be pretty accurate. And I can pretty much guarantee you that if you look at our health of our community, socioeconomic factors, it'll be exactly like that. They're all interchangeable, they're all relatable, and that's not a secret. We have known that. It's a matter of how we address that, with not just what I do, but with what the department, other resources. I mean, I've been talking to the Director of Creator Public Health about looking at, is Dr. Hart? Yeah, there's Dr. Hart right there.
Bass.
We have shared emails back and forth about, maybe looking at this thing as a public health issue, right? So I know our assistants are talking to each other, trying to schedule an appointment. We look at looking at from a addiction perspective, harm reduction strategies that have been employed. So we just toured, me, my major, and my captain toured Richmond, actually the Health Brigade approach to harm reduction. There's a lot of data in there that we're going to be talking at the Coalition for Substance Use Disorder Issues next Wednesday. I'm going to make a little bit of presentation on that. Those are still not strategic. Those are operational things that we're going to bring in to see, okay, how do you address people who are going the wrong path, and how do you bring them slowly back into being healthy? Because you're not going to stop people who are using drugs just like that. You got to give them skill sets. So those are some of the things that we're going to be looking at, operationally going forward.
About the Chief Citizen Advisory Committee, I applaud the chief for starting that. I used to be on the council-appointed Neighborhood Watch Committee, and as far as I could tell, we appointed people from neighborhood watches all over town. But you've got more of a variety in what you're doing. You've got small business owners and more of a cross-section of people that are committed to the community and can give you different information. So I'm glad that you've got that going. I was not 100% behind us starting a secondary committee simply to reenact it again when you already had something that you had on the plans. So I think that, for me, if that's what you're willing to work with, that's fine. I'd like to see council in their crime summit, much like what you said, present to the community that it is a factor of more than just crime. They want to know, I would imagine, exactly what we're doing right now to keep them safe. They've already shown that to us in many different ways, and we will try and hopefully do that for them. And I think what you're starting at the beginning of the year to look at the CPO program and be committed to that, and some other things that we can in the Crime Summit let the community know. But I think secondarily, what they expect from us and should expect from us is what we're doing. And council has done that. We've spent a fairly good amount of time this year committed to what we're going to do for this community to move us forward. And all of those are factors that will help people of this community to be able to utilize to better themselves, There are enough organizations that have come forward to help those with opioid drug issues. And there are many partners that hopefully we will include in this crime summit that can give the citizens not just a clear understanding of the safety that we want to provide them as stewards and as administration and departments of the city, but also a way to find new direction. And that's what I think we really have to present to the community.
Yeah, and I think one thing experience from a different organization about doing town halls with strategic plan. One of the things that we did, we kind of told them what the plan was and said, okay, what do you think? Provide feedback on this plan, and it didn't go very well because it was like, well, if you already know what you want, why you're asking us? So one of the things that I would always tell anybody, because we took a pretty good beating on that thing. Okay, what are you doing?
You put draft on the top.
Yeah,
Yes.
just make,
That's
make sure it's
yeah.
like it
Yeah.
is okay. You tell us, and then you can guide us and go. That means this.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Because maybe
Yeah.
some people are not able to explain it that way. And then you can guide them. And I think manager had mentioned, maybe getting a facilitator that's neither here nor there, bringing them in because they're a neutral party, and they can just keep the conversation going because you guys have a very strong voice because of your position. So if you say something, they're going to be like, well, that's what you want.
That's how we did it with the town halls. We
And,
didn't
and, and
participate.
I don't think you should do it that way. And I have to be careful when I do things in the department that I usually am not the person that leads a group. I say a few words and I get out of the way.
Thank you.
I just tell them the box to play in, and that's about it. And then I wait for them to kind of provide it because that's the way I was grown. So as you're doing this summit, I would just make sure that take it from the lessons that I have learned or my old department learned. That was not. It wasn't bad, but it was definitely not a good approach on our part.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other lights on this topic. So the last one is the city's opportunity grant presentation. I'll come down there because of the situation with the laptop. I'll just say while I'm walking down, I asked for Dr. Hart from Crater District Health District to join us because we've been talking about cities of opportunities for quite some time, and I'm really looking to see at some later meeting if I can get support for council. There's been some confusion about really what cities of opportunity is and the involvement of the police department or the chief or what this initiative is about. So I'm trying to center that again and trying to get council to really fully understand this initiative and how it's really different from what he's described. And then also, Mr. Altman said earlier symptoms in his comments, and this is kind of perfect timing because City of Opportunity really does talk about health. So. You put it on the other screen.
Over there?
So we are having some difficulty with being able to play the audio. IT did come down, so at the end of this, I'll check to see if the video can play. But there is a video here for council to view that explains the City of Opportunity grant from the National League of Cities. It's only 3 minutes. If you go below, there is a video. It's about 1 minute, and I had hoped that this would play because there's a commercial out there right now.
Is there something on your screen?
There's something on my screen.
Nothing.
No, on my screen.
Yeah.
My screen.
Their screens are all dark, they can't see what you're talking about.
Tried an F5, maybe. There's one that looks like
No,
a
it's
screen.
we're having technical
There's no
difficulties.
signal.
We've been trying to
Oh,
straighten them
okay.
out.
Well, that's different. Play some video.
That's what consent agenda.
So I'll just keep going until she comes. So pretty much there's a YMCA video.
Mayor Gordon, do
It's
you
a-
wanna try to run it from up here?
Yep, I can.
I'll text.
All right, thank you.
You do not, okay.
Oh no, I'm going to the part I want to jump to. Okay. So to recap, for Cities of Opportunity, last council in July 2018 gave permission for me to be able to apply for this grant through National League of Cities. Hopewell was awarded in August of 2018. We were one of 11 cities selected, and we were the smallest city to participate, in addition to Roanoke, Virginia. October, NLC paid all expenses for our grant team to go to Atlanta to develop our initial grant goals. We came back with some preliminary ideas. December, we set up a meeting with the Secretary of Health and Human Services for Virginia to determine how they could help us reach our goals. And then December is when the chief was sworn in. January is when we were informed that we were selected, Hopewell, to be a small city pilot with the City Health Dashboard and NYU Longhorn School of Health. So this opportunity is really great because they only work with cities of population 500,000 or more. So for them to provide this opportunity to Hopewell is extremely unique and rare. June, we had our planning sessions with council and staff to discuss city opportunities, and city manager worked with Tracy Sampson, our consultant paid for by the National League of Cities, to do a briefing with administration and other department heads to begin working on the grant. So I was trying to say earlier, there's a YMCA commercial that's out right now. If you've seen it, it says, what does your zip code say? So they show different zip codes, and they say one number can literally affect your life expectancy, your success, and your health outcomes. And pretty much they're saying with the YMCA, no matter where you are, you can come here and you can have a chance. And so if you look at that small thought process, it's really simple. As basic as literally where you live at determines your opportunity in life. So what does Hopewell's 23860 say about us? Well, if I were to go to this Opportunity Atlas, which is a national well-known tool, and look up our zip code, it breaks down different demographics for the city of Hopewell. You can look at our incarceration rate, income, pregnancy, poverty, educational attainment, a lot of different factors, and you can see where in Hopewell the opportunities lack in which neighborhoods. And I encourage you to, again, play with this tool to literally see how we compare within our own city, then also how we compare with our neighbors. But the point of all of this is to show that when you look at Hopewell's statistics and our zip code, we are not favoring well in comparison to our localities, surrounding localities. If you look at the census data, which is all this is driven off of the census, you'll see how we stack up in comparison to state and regional averages. And so you ask yourself, median household income, the amount of poverty we have, and what does it say about transportation, gross rents, and compare it to what this map says, you can begin to see literally where the gaps are for certain communities, and in particular in Hopewell. And so that's why I asked for the Shooting Task Force data, because a while ago there was a survey done and asked Americans, what do you think the American dream is? What is your idea of it? 71% is achieving one's potential. So in Hopewell, what does our American dream say for our residents? What is the potential for people to be able to reach that here? And the way you can figure it out is using data to map out different characteristics, but the biggest thing is looking at health. And that's why I asked Dr. Hart to be here, because the CDC says that social determinants of health impact not just your life expectancy, but your overall outcome and success in life. Social determinants of health are where you live, work, and play. It's not just about your little health care where people think about going to a doctor or having access to health insurance. This image is a little grainy, but I'll have another one later on. So when you ask social determinants of health, what does that mean? It impacts your health outcomes. Your health outcomes impact your quality of life and also your length of life. Socioeconomic factors, kind of what the chief is talking about, your physical environment, your health behaviors, and also your health care are all social determinants of health. So what does this mean for Hopewell? The Robert Wood Foundation is a partner with the National League of Cities, and they also have work in this field. And they go a little bit deeper, and they say there's also discrepancies within your own community. One block over, you can live longer, you can have better outcomes in life and opportunities than the other. Clearly, we can see that here in Hopewell. Go in one part of the city, different scenario than the other side of the city. So, if we were to take this data and figure out what what topic can we focus on to make a difference for socioeconomic factors? Again, it is health. When we look at Hopewell's health rankings in the state, we are 127 out of 133 communities for health outcome, 133 being the lowest, 130 out of 133 for health factors. So the biggest impact is health. And looking at the report back, we are an unhealthy community. In comparison to the state and national average, Hopewell residents live shorter lives. So how do we address this? What does this mean? Council needs to look at improving the quality of life for residents by looking at health to address these other socioeconomic issues, which in turn will impact crime and help with crime reduction. Addressing social determinants of health. Look at it from council, people say, well, what do we have to do with healthcare? We're not in the healthcare industry. The city creates your health society, which impacts your healthy environment, which impacts your healthy community, which impacts a healthy person. So it starts from the head. If we're the governing body, we're in charge of making decisions for the city. I'm sorry, Chief Brandon, making decisions for the city and determining the environment that citizens live in. It's our job to set policies that impact and shape this healthy society that we have here in Hopewell. So, what is that? What areas can we impact? We can impact education, job opportunities, social and family support systems, even workforce development, and even community safety. That's what we can affect here in the city of Hopewell. We can also affect people's physical environment due to environmental regulations and laws. So if you think, well, that's a lot. If you look at it in the bubble, this is what our facilitator that NLC paid for us for a year to help us with. She said, look at this perspective. We control this whole outside ring. We control this inner ring. We can even impact this middle ring. When you get down here to the center, it's the individual. So we have all of this to control for our residents here in the city of Hopewell, and we can do that by policy. So basically, Cities Opportunity Grant, we did our work for a year. Again, NLC paid for a facilitator to come in and help us. And overall, we said Hopewell strategic plan overlap with Cities Opportunity focus and under-resourced areas can create a zone of opportunity for us to focus on. And how do we do that? The grant team mapped out pretty much what are the little things that people need in order to get ahead. We looked at data to determine what people were saying. We looked at surveys. We did town halls. We figured out that a lot of people are saying these are the basic things in different areas that we can impact based off of social determinants of health to help people get us a leg up and improve their quality of life and social economic status. Equity and opportunity, health and wellness, community wealth building, education, workforce development, and public safety. From there, we asked for council to create a community enhancement team. Staff talked about it again with our facilitator for day-long training, and they came up with the recommendation of the grant team, a structure to be able to implement this work. The idea was that we would have a policy-making group and then boots on the ground, which would be the police chief and other directors to carry out what council said is the policy-making decisions that we would like to see regarding the social determinants of health. So what does this all mean? We can impact income distribution, poverty, life expectancy, health conditions, food availability, all these things if we take care of this. And I got these points from City Council's comprehensive plan that we adopted 2 years ago. There's a whole chapter in our city's comprehensive plan that goes out to 2028 that focuses specifically on health. In our adopted plan, we do have the same exact categories, but we look at it from city planning and design. So it all mirrors and it all goes together. But we really haven't done anything with it in terms of council and policy. So again, City Health Dashboard is using census data to map out 37 health factors for the city of Hopewell. Ms. Director Tavia Griffin has been working with that team to get that census information. Again, they got special approval to work on Hopewell, and we need to give more approval for them to move forward to be able to get the other tracks done to add to this work. And if you take the data that we have, take the data that we have for health, shootings, crime, social services, education, all these different data sources that we have from various reports, and map them on a GIS map, which is not coming up right now. Again, as the chief was alluding to, you can see which neighborhoods need what services and how they can be impacted. The whole goal of Cities of Opportunity is to do a cross-collaborative work between resources and city departments to target those communities based off of data. What has council done so far to support this initiative? We devoted a portion of our council strategic plan to City of Opportunity. It's in the strategic plan right now. We also had various strategic planning sessions. We voted for the Community Services Building, a pilot program. That's an aspect of the Cities of Opportunity grant. DSS, District 19 for mental health just moved in. We have the warming shelter on the bottom. We're waiting to fill in the top with the resources that we need, workforce development and the other gaps, substance abuse. Then the other thing that council has done is supported holding a placeholder for the early education grant that we got with the National League of Cities. And I'll note the First Lady, Pam Northam, was here yesterday to work on our grant with us and to do a speech to kick it off, and that's what the city manager was alluded to earlier. And NLC staff said all of this feeds together if we can get the work done. This was a $35,000 investment through National League of Cities. We have a lot of the work done underway. There's two things I need for council support. One is to finally appoint the members of the community enhancement team so they can get to work. I know there's questions about how large that board is, but the recommendation from the staff members that were working on that is to create just an executive team that will be responsible for the quorum. The second thing that council will need to be able to do is to be able to finally support getting the rest of the data with NYU Longhorn University of Health to be able to map out the rest. And I'll end with saying, NLC shared that small cities within the organization said that they're looking at Hopewell to set the example and to see what we're gonna do. And so right now, I'm still waiting for council support to move forward with this. I can ask for questions between meetings, whenever you guys wanna talk about this again, but I hope over the Christmas break, you look over the data and the information and let me know what your feedback is. And I asked for Dr. Hart to be here as well if he wanted to share any words later on during questions about why public health is important to address socioeconomic factors. Thank you. So any questions?
You sent that to us through email?
It's a link, but I'll send it out to everyone. It's capturing the same information before.
Okay.
Any questions? Dr. Hart, do you have anything you want to share about why public health is important for any of this, what the police chief shared, or even Cities of Opportunity, or why it could impact socioeconomic factors in Hopewell?
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation to be here tonight. I will just say that everything has been on point in terms of the presentation from the mayor and from the chief in terms of those underlying causes of the health of the community. It is the social determinants of health that truly impact the health of a community. If you go back to one of those slides where you saw the percentage in terms of the 40%, that is the weight in the county health rankings. The socioeconomic factors have the greatest weight on the health of a community. It's not that what happens in the physician's office is not important, but it is education, it is employment, it is social support, those things that we call the social determinants of health, where we live, learn, work, and play, that have the greatest impact on the health of a community. And that's where public health is focused right now in terms of improving the health of a community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, we have no other items on today's agenda, so we will take a motion to adjourn. Just the last item.
Can we, we can't make comment.
There's not on the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Second. Discussion. There are no lights. Roll call, please.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Yes, I oppose.
You say that every